Commissioner Johnson down there at the bottom. Approval of the minutes.
It wasn't minutes. Well, I guess it was.
Forfeiture fund.
That's one of forfeiture funds.
it. This is on the show.
Yeah, I don't know about the consent item, I guess. You know what, it wasn't, minutes. It was,
All right.
and then
We'll get there.
there's, at the last three, it's comment only, so you don't have to do anything. She's got it marked at the top, comment only, and then there's one question and two.
All right. Thank you. All right. Are we ready?
I'm having a little bit of passport problem.
Where's the IT person?
We need
We need
Kyle.
an IT person. IT person.
Roy, can you hear us?
How are you?
Okay, we're
All right.
I think we got this kind of in the order.
Commissioner Fickus is having an IT problem. Yeah. Commissioner Fickus has a problem. There's your IT guy, Garrett. All right, are we ready?
We are.
This meeting of Commissioners Court will now come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devon Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you very much. This is an unusual session of Commissioners Court this morning. Unusual because I get to preside, and unusual because I get to preside with Judge Whitley looking over my shoulder. Judge, I understand you have some remarks. You want to make them at this time?
Thank you, Roy. As you can tell, I'm working remotely today. Yesterday, I tested positive for COVID. I actually thought I had a sinus infection, went to the doctor, and as a precaution, they did the COVID test. We are working with Vinny's team to do contact tracing as appropriate. I'm feeling okay. Thankfully, my symptoms are mild. I feel very strongly that the reasons my symptoms are mild is because I've been vaccinated and boosted. I've not run a fever. I've had a little bit of cough, which seems to get worse the more I talk, so I'm sure to everyone's delight, I will try to keep my comments brief. Thank you. I am taking Paxlovid. Just a reminder that COVID is still with us, unfortunately, and that's why I'm joining the court virtually today. I want to thank Commissioners Brooks for presiding in my absence. I look forward to being back next week. In the meantime, I will be quarantining. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you, Glenn. All right, now for the invocation. Chris Aofor will bring us the invocation. Please continue to stand for the pledges of allegiance.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, court members.
Good morning, Chris.
Let's bow our heads. Our Father in heaven, this morning, Lord, we come before you, before your throne of grace. Father, because you are sovereign God. And I want to thank you, Lord, because we would not be assembled here this morning if you did not make it possible. I truly believe, Father, that this is an anointed moment and that you have this special session this morning where your servants, the people that you've selected to lead this county, Father, that you will minister and speak to each of them and speak to all those who would have the opportunity to address the court today. Lord, that the outcomes of this session today, Father, will be such as unto you, will be such as to edify your people. I want to thank you, Father, for Judge Whitley. Lord, that you are Jehovah Rapha, the healing God, that you will lay hands upon him right now. And Father, that you give him courage to go through and defeat COVID. I also want to pray for those of the larger Tarrant County family who would have liked to be here this morning, God, but who cannot be. Father, that you would touch their bodies and give them healing, Father, in the name of Jesus. I want to thank you, Lord, for technology, that you made it possible, that those that cannot be here this morning are able to participate in this session. You are a good God, and we thank you for your providence. We thank you for your goodness. We thank you for your love and your mercy. As Father, we ask that you open this session this morning and that you lead and minister through the discussions. We pray these things, Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chris. Now for the pledges. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Chris.
Who's that table for its IT director? All right, agenda announcements, Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can go to the agenda, we have several announcements this morning. First of all, under the Administrator section, item 10A8, this is an agreement with JPS Health Network and Whiting Turner Contracting Company. We're going to hold that particular item and bring that back at a later date. Also, because we have several audience participation forms this morning, we're going to remove several items from the consent agenda. One would be under the Administrator's section, item A26, which is the approval of out-of-state travel requests. Also, a consent item under the Criminal District Attorney's section, item 10D1. This is the authorization for the utilization of forfeiture funds for investigative purposes. And then also under the Sheriff's Department, item 10I1, this is the acceptance of a forfeiture vehicle for the Sheriff's media team. That will be removed. We'll consider those as we get to them on the agenda itself.
Mr. Manius, would you give me those numbers again, please?
Yes, sir. Let's start with the Administrator section. The ones we're removing from consent, it would be item A26.
Okay.
And then under the Criminal District Attorney's section, that would be item D1.
Okay.
And then under the Sheriff's Department, that would be item I1.
Thank you, sir.
And also, we have audience participation forms for various items that are on the agenda this morning besides those three. And when we get to those particular items, Commissioner, I will go ahead and notify you that we do have an audience participation form. We also are going to take things out of order this morning. When we get to the Administrator section, we're going to go ahead and move to the briefing agenda. We have a briefing agenda as it relates to MP Magnetics. Ms. South is going to make that presentation. Following that presentation, we are then going to have Mr. Tenasia come forward and do the public health updates, which is another briefing item. And just want to alert the court that when we come to the Administrator section on item number 2, we have a significant presentation that we're going to bring to the court on that particular item. It deals with the Child Care Advocates program. And Ms. Waddell will be doing that particular presentation to court when we get to that item on the agenda. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Manius. Commissioners Court announcements. I will start, if that be okay with the rest of you.
Works for me.
Go ahead. Please stand. With me this morning is Ms. Jakayla Dixon. She is shadowing me today and serving as an honorary commissioner this morning. Jakayla is a senior at TCU studying political science and economics. She's a current business owner of a company called Feel the Color, which creates embroidered fabric tabs with Braille and alphabetic lettering, assisting those with visual impairments with feeling and knowing the color of the fabrics that they choose. Additionally, Jakayla is planning a summer camp for students with moderate to severe disabilities this July at TCU for students who reside in Tarrant County. Jakayla is dedicated to providing opportunities for children and adults with disabilities in Tarrant County. And I've got a little something for Jakayla this morning from me. And it says, Tarrant County recognizes Jakayla Dixon in acknowledgement of her distinguished accomplishments as a member of the Chancellor's Leadership Program, a political science and education major, and for providing a clear exemplar for all future leaders at Texas Christian University. Accordingly, in recognition thereof, I, Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner of Tarrant County Precinct 1, hereby designate her Honorary Commissioner of Tarrant County, Texas, with all the rights and privileges appertaining thereto. Given under my hand this 10th day of May 2022. Jakayla, thank you for being with us this morning. Mom, take pictures. Would you introduce your mom and the others who have come with you this morning?
I would just like to say thank you to my mother for coming here today. A lot of this wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for her. And in honor of Mother's Day just being here, passing just a couple days ago, thank you to all the mothers who dedicate their time to their children and sacrifice so much to make our lives possible. And on behalf of all the children, thank you so much to our mothers, and more specifically mine.
Tarrant County has a great future. I move to receive and file this presentation.
Second.
To the clerks, my vote will be recorded on the board as Judge Whitley's vote, and Judge Whitley will vote orally. All in favor, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes?
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you very much. Commissioner Allen.
Yes. First, I want to thank
the county administrator staff and my staff, as well as those from IEM who helped us host a very successful ARPA webinar. I'd received some positive feedback. Folks really thought that the webinar was helpful, so thank you for that. I know that the deadline is approaching, and I can't remember what that deadline is, but I'm sure someone from the county administrator's staff will be sharing it later on.
I believe it's May the 16th.
Okay, May the 16th, 5 p.m. There we go. Very good. So this is just for any organization that wants to partner with the county in helping us to reach our COVID relief goals in serving the county. Please do be sure to, you can visit my official Facebook page, COMM Devin Allen, where you can view that webinar and also more information on how to access the application and also assistance. Second is on tomorrow, we will be hosting our quarterly Precinct 2 JPS update to the community. We will be focusing our conversation on mental and behavioral health access provided by JPS, as well as some other partners in Tarrant County. That's at 11 a.m. via Zoom. You can register by visiting our social channels and then also by contacting our office. Last kind of business announcement is early voting for the primary runoff starts next Monday, May 16th, and runs through Friday, May 20th. Please make sure that if you live in a political jurisdiction that has candidates on the ballot for that primary runoff, that you make your voice heard in that critical election. Lastly, I'm going to try my best to get through this without bawling. Many of you know that several weeks ago, I lost my dad suddenly. He passed. And it has been a tremendously rough couple of weeks. And I have to thank my friends and my family and the county team for supporting me in that. Thank you to everyone who sent flowers, sent text messages, emails, who showed up at the wake or to the funeral. My dad was somewhat of the prodigal son, and I'm very blessed in that I got to see him live a fuller life towards the last few years of his life and give back to the community. He was an exceptional basketball player, and I want to thank the Poly High School alumni, as well as the TCU alumni and the TCU Athletics alumni for showing honor and love to my dad in his passing. So, grief is difficult, and for any of you who have lost anyone close to you, whether it be a relative or a child, a friend, you know that some days are better than others. And again, I just really want to thank you all for being there for me. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Fickus.
I do have something. I wanted all of you to get this, but it's a T-shirt. In our office participating in the March for Babies, and it was a couple of weeks ago, and I want to thank all those who participated. I've got, I think each one of you had one.
Yes, oh, it's already in my office, but thank you.
And if you'd like to have one, you can contact my office, and they'll be happy to sell you one. So, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Fickus. Judge or JD, does either of you have an announcement this morning?
No, I'm
I do
sorry.
want to remind everybody that this Thursday is Senior Synergy. Everybody needs to keep Catherine in your prayers, because I'm sure when I announced that I have COVID and was not going to be able to be in attendance at the event, I'm going to try to do a video, but as I've told everybody for years, she does all the work and I just show up the day of the event. This year I'm not even going to show up the day of the event. But that is this Thursday at Will Rogers. We have a great number of folks who've already signed up, more than last year, and we're excited about that event and what it will hold for our seniors. It's again free. It starts at 9, is over with about 1, and we hope everybody will come out. If you've registered, then you're going to get a free lunch, and if you haven't and you walk in, then we'll give out free lunches until they run out. So again, I want to thank Catherine for all she's done to get us ready for this event, and I hope that all of you will be able to make that. Thanks, Roy.
Thank you, sir. Now for proclamations and resolutions. The first is the resolution for National Day of Prayer, which was sponsored by Judge Whitley.
Roy, if you could read that into the record, I know we have someone there to receive that, and if you could do that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge, I will. National Day of Prayer. Whereas in 1775, the Continental Congress proclaimed a National Day of Prayer, which was designated a time of prayer when forming this nation. They stated faith and prayer were fundamental to the formation of this nation, giving strength, wisdom, and peace to mankind. And whereas on March 30th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed a congressional resolution calling for a day of fasting and prayer during the Civil War, 1860 to 1865. And whereas in 1952, President Harry Truman signed a joint resolution passed unanimously by both houses of Congress establishing an official day of prayer. That was Public Law 82-324. And whereas on May 5th, 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed Public Law 100-307, designating the first Thursday in May as the annual National Day of Prayer. And whereas in April 2011, the U.S. Court of Appeals, 7th Circuit, upheld the 1952 Congressional Act proclaiming the National Day of Prayer to be observed nationwide, and whereas the 71st Annual National Day of Prayer theme is Exalt the Lord who has established us. The theme scripture is Colossians 2nd chapter, 6th and 7th verses, which states, "So then, just as you received Christ Jesus as Lord, continue to live your lives in him, rooted and built up in him, strengthened in the faith as you were taught, and overflowing with thankfulness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Thursday, May 5th, 2022, as the 71st Annual National Day of Prayer in Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 10th day of May, 2022. Vicki, would you please come forward and receive this proclamation? Jakayla, I require your assistance, please, ma'am.
Turn this off. Sound. Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're presenting it.
Thank you, Vicki. Would you care to have a few words?
Yeah, just a few. Thank you so much. Judge Whitley and Commissioners Court, I want to thank you on behalf of the Tarrant County National Day of Prayer Committee for once again sponsoring the National Day of Prayer resolution in Tarrant County. You don't realize maybe how important these resolutions are to the citizens of the United States. A few years ago, there was a group that tried to protest the fact that people want to come together and pray on the annual National Day of Prayer as set forth in our nation. And we took the resolutions that Judge Whitley, you've sponsored over and over, and I'm so grateful for each year, and all the commissioners have supported, and gave those to the legal counsel for Alliance Defense Fund, and they were able to use those in the court case that caused us to be able to sustain our rights to pray, come together outside the church walls, beyond denominations, and come together on that day and pray. And so thank you again for all the times that you've been willing to do this. And I'm going to try not to cry because it's... I'm going to miss you, Judge Whitley. You have been an amazing judge, and I'm going to miss you, Commissioner Johnson, and anyone else that's leaving this court. I just want to thank you. Oh, okay, Commissioner Allen. Thank you for everything that you do for Tarrant County. Thank you for your fervent support for National Day of Prayer, and it won't be the same coming to Commissioner's Court without your witty jokes and your fervent support for prayer. And thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you,
very
Vicki.
much. I appreciate that.
We do not have a motion on that yet.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of the resolution. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
The resolution passes unanimously.
Your Honor, did we do the minutes?
We probably did not. I present before you now the minutes of the regular meeting of April 26, 2022. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Move for approval.
Second.
We do have a audience participation form on that particular one. Ms. Mia Way.
Yes, please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself. State your name.
Okay. Yes, my name is Xiao Mei Wang. So people call me Mei Wang. I've been here speak for election integrity. So today, first of all, I know Judge Whitley got tested positive. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I hope you feel better soon. And also thanks for the court to let me speak here. And this is regarding the election workshop on April 26, 2022. I know today this is going to be on the agenda for approval of the minutes for that meeting. But I haven't seen anything much on that minutes. I would like to see something being responded from the Commissioner Court lately when you get a chance. On that meeting, I can see people come raising different opinions about our election. People appraised our system, appraised our operations for the election, and also people come to also share their concerns, worry about the fraud, about mishandling, or anything, mistakes in our election. So I can see both sides being well presented in that workshop. I think that's a very good one. And also I see Mr. Garcia, he shared the election process with the citizens during the workshop. So no matter what, I can see the good side and also the bad side for people thinking about our election system. What I see is that actually is very good to share all this, but the key things is no matter is it good or bad, if without an independent audit for our election, and those things would not be verified. I would like to see they're all good and our election being transparent and fair and free, so people can have very confidence about our election and the election result. So that's the things I wanted to share with today's meeting, and also I'm expecting if sometimes the election about this topic, county can share your opinions about this workshop, and can give us something we can, think about that, and then people can see, how our election being done from county's opinions. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. If you would like a copy of the minutes from the April 26th meeting, after court, if you will go around the corner to the court's office, you can get a copy of those minutes. Also, you can go to the county website, tarrantcounty.com, and the entire recording of the meeting is archived on that website. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now the motion on the minutes. We've got a motion and a second. Please vote. Judge Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, back to the resolutions. The rest of these are for ratification only. We've got Mental Health Awareness Month, Together for Mental Health, presented by Judge Whitley.
Yes, I'd like to move approval for ratification only.
Second.
Motion and second of the resolution for ratification only. Please vote. Judge Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Resolution is passed unanimously. Next is the memorial resolution for Mr. Robert Lewis Holly, the father of Commissioner Allen. I will move approval.
I'll second. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Allen. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Resolution is approved unanimously. Next is National Crime Victims' Rights Week. This is for ratification only. I believe it's already been presented. I move approval.
Second.
Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Resolution is approved unanimously. Resolution for Principal Regina Crane, submitted by Commissioner Allen for ratification only.
Yes, and I look forward to presenting this later this afternoon. Principal Crane is retiring, and her last post is as the principal of Mansfield ISD's High School of Choice, Phoenix Academy. So with that, I move for approval.
I will second the motion, and please give my fondest regards to Principal Allen. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion, the resolution is approved unanimously. Do you have your Richard Green Scholars today, Commissioner Allen?
No, they had a school conflict, which obviously takes priority over them being recognized here again. But they have visited with us in court, and I look forward to hopefully presenting these certificates to them in the coming weeks. So I will move for approval of, I don't know, do I need to name all of the certificates, or can I just, okay. So I would just move for approval of all of the certificates.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Resolutions are approved unanimously. Next, we will go to the consent agenda. Save and accept the items that have been withdrawn. May I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second for the consent agenda. Save and accept the items that have been withdrawn. Please vote. Judge Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Consent agenda is approved. We've got a public hearing this morning to consider the draft program year 2022 annual action plan from community development. James.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners on the court, and Judge Woodley, we're asking for a public hearing to consider receive comments for the draft program year 2022 annual action plan. At the completion of this public hearing and comments, there's no action necessary, and we far exceeded required comment period. And so, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I will now open the public hearing on the 2022 Community Development Draft Program Year Action Plan. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this item at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Thank you, James. We will now go to the administrator's office, or are we doing Benny next?
So what we're going to do first, Commissioner, we're going to go to the briefing items.
To the briefing agenda.
Yes, and we're going to consider item B first. This is a briefing as relates to MP Magnetics, and Ms. South is here to address the court at this time.
Good morning.
Ms. South, good morning.
So today I have a new potential tax abatement request by MP Magnetics to bring to you all. So MP Magnetics is a company that manufactures rare earth magnets and related materials and plans to construct its first rare earth metal, alloy, and magnet producing facility and corporate offices in Tarrant County. This is the location. It's in Commissioner Fickus's precinct, 13840 Independence Parkway in Fort Worth. And it is currently based out of Las Vegas, Nevada for its corporate headquarters and Mountain Pass, California for its mining operations. And I'll show you a picture of that at the very end. The company is rapidly expanding its presence in the U.S. and following a multi-state selection process. An existing facility located at the 13840 Independence Parkway in Fort Worth, also better known as the Alliance Corridor, was identified for the 200,000 square foot manufacturing location. MP will bring an estimated $100 million, with $40 million for real property and $60 million for business personal property to the facility, and is expected to bring 30 new full-time jobs by the end of 2023, with expected growth to over 90 employees by the expiration of the abatement period. The average salary for these employees is over $80,000 annually, and they do provide health care and other benefits at a reasonable cost. So in order to facilitate the establishment of MP Magnetics, the U.S. headquarters, the City of Fort Worth has approved a 7-year tax abatement, providing up to 60% of real and personal property taxes that will begin in year 2024. Staff is proposing county tax abatement participation at a maximum of 50% of new real and personal property over a period of 7 years, also beginning in year 2024. The abatement terms do provide for reductions in any year in which the company does not meet the taxable value, full-time employment, or DBE and Tarrant County company spending requirements. A full term sheet is included in y'all's packet. So at the minimum required investment of $100 million and the maximum tax abatement of 50% for 7 years, the project could receive a total abatement of approximately $801,500 from the county. And over that same period, the county will receive an equal amount of tax revenues on the unabated portion of the new improvements, as well as the current base value of the property. New tax revenues from the unabated portion of the new improvements are expected to be approximately $114,500 annually for the county. So on the phone with me, virtually up here, we have Matt Slouster, who is the Senior Vice President of Communications of Policy for MP Materials, and I'm going to let him say a few words about the company. Matt?
Thank you, Megan, and good morning.
Good morning,
I'd like
Matt.
to thank Judge Whitley, the Commissioner's Court, as well as all of the county staff for the opportunity to be here today virtually to share a few words about our project. As Megan indicated, MP Materials, my company, is America's only scaled and operational rare earth materials company, and we're the largest such producer in the Western Hemisphere. Our company is headquartered in Las Vegas, and we own the Mountain Pass Rare Earth Mine and Processing Facility off I-15 in California, just at the California-Nevada border. You read a lot about rare earth materials, and what are they? I consider them essential sort of building blocks for modern life. They are used in a multitude of applications and pervasive across modern life. You use them every day and interact with them every day, but few people know it. But they're really coveted today for their magnetic properties. Rare earth magnets are the world's most powerful, efficient, compact magnets. They're found inside the motors, inside electric vehicles, drones, robots, wind turbines, missile defense systems, and a bunch of other technologies that are critical to our economic and national security. The problem is we don't make these magnets at scale in the US anymore. And this is particularly tragic given they were invented by the US Air Force. And they were pioneered commercially by companies like General Motors. It is the mission of my company to bring this supply chain home in its entirety. The specific facility in Fort Worth, what it will do is it will take the materials we mine and process in California and transform them into finished magnets, filling a critical missing link in the supply chain. It will also serve as the engineering headquarters for our growing magnetics division. We're very fortunate to have a commercial agreement to supply General Motors with the alloy and magnets produced at this facility. They will be the foundational customer. And we're also very proud to have been supported by the Department of Defense, which has awarded grants to my company in consecutive administrations to support our work, the latest announced by President Biden in February. We really hope this facility will represent one small part of a renewed focus on the American manufacturing spirit, and we intend to deliver a lot of value to the community as we enter the community and start hiring. And I want to thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to working with each of you as this project progresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, and welcome to Tarrant County. Are there any questions or comments by members of the court?
This is a great asset to the county, and they actually had a groundbreaking, kind of a symbolic groundbreaking here a couple of weeks ago, and we're very fortunate to have this. This is the type of business that we'd like to see more of. I would move approval.
Not approval today, Commissioner. We'll have to post the 30-day notice, and then we'll move for the agreement.
Well, this sounds like a great project. I do have one question for Matt, though, regarding the employees that you all intend to hire over the 3-year period. Will you talk a little bit more about the type of positions that you all are hiring for?
Sure. This will be a manufacturing facility as well as an engineering headquarters. So by and large, the vast number of employees we're going to be hiring are operations folks in manufacturing, manufacturing engineers, as well as select engineering staff that are going to really try to make us a technological leader, not just a producer.
Thank you.
With an annual average starting salary of $80,000?
it'll average out to about $80,000, correct? You know, one of the things that defines our company is something we call an owner-operator culture. We've grown the company from literally 8 people in 2017 at an idle mine in California to nearly 400 today. We're a U.S. publicly traded company. Every single employee, regardless of rank, is awarded equity in the company. We've got a very good regulatory and safety record, and fundamentally believe in taking care of our people and giving them opportunity to grow with the company and succeed as we succeed. So that's the culture we're building.
Great, thank you.
So in about 30 days, we'll try to bring back the agreement for y'all's approval.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan.
Are we going to the other briefing item now?
Yes, yes, Commissioner. Now we can go to item number A. This is the public health updates. Mr. Taneja is here to address the court at this time.
Mr. Taneja?
Good morning, Commissioner and members of the
Hi,
court.
Benny.
I'll make a quick summary. We're still at a low in Tarrant County in terms of COVID situation. Our hospitalizations have sort of come up a little and come back down a little, so I think we're in a stable spot. But there are, things that are keeping me worried. Mostly it's the national trend. It is clearly up at this point for the last few weeks in multiple areas of the country. The last time I talked with you a couple of weeks ago, it was about 3 major parts of the country: Northeast, a little bit of Midwest, and some activity in the Northwest, and then some travel destinations like Puerto Rico and Hawaii. That seems to have gotten more widespread. There's now probably 10 different areas I could outline on a map. So it's starting to get pretty common to have localized outbreaks and surges of COVID at this point. Luckily in Tarrant County, we're still at a low, but the writing's on the wall that we might be heading into another sort of late summer, early fall surge. It could be sooner because we're still early here. So we need to sort of pay attention to what the data is telling us, and then as the data gets worse, bring back our layering strategies. We've talked about those. Right now things are low, so enjoy. But as you see more cases occur, bring back your masks, avoid large crowds, bring social distancing. All of those things work. And if you're eligible for a booster, get your booster. Get up to date on vaccinations. Those tend to, prevent cases. They tend to prevent serious illness. So all of that combined really is the strategy out of this at this point. So that's all I have on COVID. And a quick update. A couple of weeks ago when I talked with you, we talked about bird flu. So after that, we did have 1 human case identified in Colorado. It was a worker who was culling some poultry at a location in Colorado. And that's our only known case. Luckily, it didn't spread anywhere. But it is still almost a 30-state outbreak, so we're keeping a close watch on that. And then also in other news, there's a hepatitis outbreak for young kids. Cause is still undetermined. They're looking at some viruses that may be responsible, so we'll keep you posted. Nothing here in Tarrant County at this point. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vinny.
So, Commissioner, one of the things that we have talked with the court about is that on Vinny's presentations, that we were going to move this to every other week presentation. We'll keep the slides in the court books for you, and they'll be online also. But we'll skip every other week and then bring that report to you. Commissioner, we also
I would just like to state for the record that Judge Whitley very likely imported his COVID infection back to Tarrant County from his travel to another area of the country.
Yes, I meeting last week for 1 day, but they got me.
So it was not locally generated.
Commissioner, we also have an audience participation form on that particular presentation from Mr. Thomas
Torlancasi. Mr. Torlancasi.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioners, Honorary Commissioner Jacala, citizens and neighbors and taxpayers. I really appreciated that Mr. Teneda mentioned more than one emerging or current health issue in addition to COVID. The elephant in the room is the emerging and current health issue with the conditions at our jail. It seems like whether it's the health department or some entity outside of the sheriff and the sheriff's department themselves, that we figure out how many steps along the way get us to a point where someone like Miss Maston ends up in the jail, neglected in the jail, fumbled by the JPS unit, medical unit inside the jail, taken to JPS, back to the jail. That is just one instance of a number, approaching 100 cases where the 40 jail deaths, at least based on the accounting that we have, and the number of other issues that result in people who are unadjudicated spending time in the jail when they clearly are not only nonviolent, but definitely need to be somewhere else in the system. That is a real health crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Torlankasi. Okay, we're going back to the administrator's section.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. And Ms. Camareno is going to address items 1 and 2.
Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Item 1 is discussion and possible action regarding activities associated with the impact of COVID-19. This is our weekly COVID recovery report. I'll ask if the court has any questions. If not, I'll ask that we receive and file.
This is a receive and file. May I have a motion?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Moved in second. Please vote. Judge Whitley. Commissioner Johnson. We've lost our audio from our persons on the screen, but they clearly said yes. The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 2, discussion and possible action regarding the Tarrant County American Rescue Plan Act Fiscal Recovery Fund Program Budget. This is our standing weekly item. There are 3 separate actions that we're asking the court to take today. Number 1 is a request to approve changes to the fiscal funds recovery budget. There is no fiscal impact associated. These changes are to adhere to the final rule guidelines. There's some evaluation or expenditure category reassignments. All of this was just to be in line with what Treasury requires. So again, no fiscal change.
So
is that a receive and file as well? We're asking for approval of the budget with the new expenditure categories and the new format conforming to Treasury's guidelines. Move for approval of the amended budget.
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Very good. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. For Part B of Item 2, we're asking the court receive and file the list of agenda items that appear on the May 10th Commissioners Court agenda that are scheduled or proposed to be funded through the FRF budget. There are 3 on Attachment B for your review.
And those will be considered individually later
Yes, sir.
on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
This is a receive and file.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On March 1st, the Commissioners Court approved our FRF budget, which included a $45 million allocation for child care in Tarrant County. Since then, staff and several of our court members have been working and talking with Kara Waddell at Child Care Associates to express a list of priority needs across the county in regards to child care. Kara Waddell is the president and CEO of Child Care Associates. She's here today to present to you her proposal for use of those $45 million. Also with Kara is Willie Rankin.
Willie is the director of the Institute to Advance Child Care, and he works with CARA at CCA. So I'll ask them to come up and present, and we'll request action following the presentation.
Welcome, Kara and Willie, and thank you both for your leadership on early childhood issues in Tarrant County. Go ahead.
Absolutely, and I know Willie will be jumping in on a couple of slides as well. Commissioners, thanks for taking this time today. And Commissioner Allen, I want to make sure we express our sympathy at the loss of your father. Those who mourn receive comfort, and so praying for that.
And sorry I missed your event last week.
No problem at all. We understand. I'm thrilled to be able to be here today just to walk through some of the issues in our community related to working families, access to early learning and childcare. So I'm going to, we have 3 proposals for you today to consider, but we're going to start by giving just a little bit of the background to make sure you know kind of how did we get to the proposals that we have today. And good and bad happening in the community since COVID. We've had an increase in permanent child care closures. That's bad, a loss of about 10% of our capacity in terms of the number of programs, a dramatic turnover in our early educators. That's going to continue to be a problem well beyond this year. And then also we've had a loss of capacity in our quality programs. We've lost about 11% of our Texas Rising Star programs. On the positive side, the overwhelming positive news, I would have expected I would have been coming today and asking for investments in our child care programs in terms of business stabilization. The impacts they had during COVID have been extreme. We anticipated a dramatic loss of child care businesses, but I'm pleased to say that nationally, as well as in our state's Texas Workforce Commission, has invested $3.4 billion in stabilization grants. That's direct checks and programs being sent to all of our regulated child care programs, homes, as well as centers. And so in Tarrant County, they did a round 1. Round 2 is open now through the end of May. And so to date, this is about late April, we've had about $182 million coming direct to child care programs in Tarrant County, and more to come. That's about 2/3 of the programs have been confirmed to date. And so this is $200,000, $500,000, $800,000 and more coming in direct supports to these programs so that we can make sure our working families will continue to be able to work with that critical support. That's the overwhelming good news today. And we're making calls, I know, with our business coaches to make sure that any of the programs who haven't applied know about the program, and they're getting technical assistance to make sure they access those resources equitably as well. And lastly, I think great news, our child care subsidy assistance, now called the Child Care Scholarship Program, housed in our Workforce Solutions for Tarrant County. We used to serve pre-COVID about 6,000 families on any given day or week, and that new target is 9,600. So more families getting that critical help needed in order to be able to work. And so in summary, make sure I advance here. Am I clicking the wrong one? There we go. Decreased access to quality, a little bit of a less support for working families, some increase, some decrease, and challenges facing economic development. So as we developed the strategic opportunities for you to consider today, we did want to highlight, these were some of our framing principles on children first always, compensating fairly, paying for quality, equitable access, and business sustainability. We're speaking a lot about childcare, but really at the heart of these recommendations is our community coming together to create a 0 to 5 early learning system, including childcare, Head Start, early Head Start, and pre-kindergarten, working together so that families of all types and who need different kinds of supports have the help that they need to make sure that they're working, to make sure children are growing and developing, and that there's an equal start, an equitable start to success in school as well. And so our hope is that every child, regardless of neighborhood or zip code, is getting access to high quality early learning. So let's dive in a little bit. I've already mentioned the child care relief funds. And so that's, again, something that's already funded. So what we wanted to make sure you knew were what's already out there. Let's not duplicate. Let's make sure that we know what's happening nationally and in the state. And so these child care relief funds will really provide critical funds now through May of 2023 to make sure that small and large child care businesses have what they need to continue to work. So we represent about 7.26% of licensed capacities here in Tarrant County. That could mean $250 million coming to our child care programs. Another funded opportunity, I'm not doing very good. Where do you guys want me to point it, GK? Point it that way? See, he's the one I should always ask for help from. Improving the quality of childcare. We saw a little bit of a drop during COVID, but we're thrilled that Workforce Solutions for Tarrant County is putting in $3 million in quality supports to help those programs make sure they get to where they need to be. Over the next few years, we're going to be helping a total of about 500 childcare programs come onto our state's quality improvement system, Texas Rising Star. Big work. And so you'll see in that recommendation coming forward, we want to make sure that childcare businesses are getting the help they need on that progress to quality. And then we also have building an early educator workforce. You may recall that we came together with some of those resources at Workforce Solutions and invested $2 million directly in the salary supplements for Texas Rising Star early educators working in childcare. And so that's going really well. We're getting that out. That was only a 6-month supplement. The good news is Texas Workforce Commission followed our lead, and they've put in $1 billion in the Child Care Relief Fund specifically for wages. And so all of the programs that are getting that support will be able to continue those enhanced wages. $12 is not what we need for our educators that are taking care of our babies. So in general, our gaps, though, in investment, a little bit of unequal access to quality childcare. We want to address that. Gaps in covering the whole cost of childcare is a problem. Also, whole child supports. A lot of times child care programs aren't accessing some of the funded services that already exist in our community. We think there's some ways to tap into that, as well as a lack of infant-toddler infrastructure. And so I'm going to shift to Willie, Willie Rankin, our CCA's new director of the Institute to Advance Childcare. You may know him more from his transformative community work at LVT Rise. But I wanted to also let you know that the suggestions we're bringing today also have been reviewed by the Blue Ribbon Action Committee for Childcare, co-chaired by Alfreda Norman of the Dallas Federal Reserve and Rose Bradshaw of the North Texas Community Foundation as well. So I'll hand over to Willie.
Thank you, Kara, and thank you, Commissioner, for having us today. For our strategies that we're presenting, our first strategy is to expand on the $3 million investment from the Workforce Solutions to additional $2 million from county, and that is to strengthen child care businesses and the quality, help invest a little bit more into the business acumen to make the businesses sustainable. The $15 million from the county will go to strategy 2 is to stabilize the quality child care and whole child supports. Kara spoke a little bit about introducing the concept of whole child for some of these businesses, and $28 million from the county will be invested to expand infant-toddler access and infrastructure for the highest need families. Families and child care associates will also seek for partners to expand that investment to $56 million. So some of the items that we're looking at for strategy 1 is to increase child care quality supports from $3 million to $5 million. The additional $2 million will support the 500 child care programs in Tarrant serving subsidy children with the extra supports. We've already seen the progress that happened because of the $3 million investment, and that additional business support from a lot of these well-intended child educators has been greatly appreciated, and we've learned more about what more we can do for these businesses. We also want to speak a little bit about the local business coaching that has been established, the $246 million in child care relief funds for licensed programs. Kara spoke a little bit about the different amounts of money that these programs are receiving directly. We want to provide a lot of these businesses with 2-year access to TX child care tools, along with the mentors and coaches when it comes to improving quality. TX Child Care Tools has over 1,800 business tools, templates, and spreadsheets. They have negotiated child care discounts from vendors, and with personalized help from a Texas Rising Star mentor, we can improve the quality with these coaches. So we can take child care centers and get them to a 2-star status within 3 to 6 months. To expedite the onboarding status, that's a 3-time increase in quality when it comes to our child care providers who are accepting subsidy children. And I'll hand it back to Kara.
If there's any questions on that, thank you so much for reviewing those proposals. Again, these are not confirmed investments. These are proposals to you all today to consider. And so what's exciting about that is that they're getting all these resources, but we want to make sure that they're getting access to a business coach, so they're making great decisions as they're getting those resources, so we can make sure that they're going to be here for us moving forward as well. The second proposal we wanted to be able to bring to you today is looking. It's a little bit of a broader program. It's going to represent a pilot that focuses on stabilizing quality child care. And so specifically, Let me get to those specific talking points for you. It's going to be able to take some of our highest quality programs, which is our Texas Rising Star 4 programs, and making sure that in May 23, when those stabilization funds are gone, we want to make sure that they have the level of support they need to remain. The programs most likely to go out of business in Tarrant County are our highest quality programs operating in the highest need areas. By giving them, by having an open call for proposals where those programs can apply that are working with our infants and toddlers, that are working in high social vulnerability index areas, they'll be able to apply for a contract that helps offset some of the fixed base costs of quality, and at the same time making sure that low-income children in those neighborhoods and families get really easy and fast access to those high-quality pieces as well. A second component of that will also be the whole child support. So I can walk you through that in a minute as well. So this is just bringing up the idea that we can have $15 million in awarding contracts to the Texas Rising Star 4-star programs. This could serve about 15 to 25, kind of depends on our applicant pool. This will include home-based childcare as well as center-based childcare. Currently, we believe we have about 76 eligible providers, been in business for 4 years, already working with infants and toddlers, and then we can help prioritize those awards, again, based on those who are serving in some of our higher need areas, and also their willingness to pay their early educators a strong wage as well. So as we talk about the whole child supports, this should interest you, Shakayla, that we're able, one of the things we're excited to be able to do is begin to help those programs do some very simple developmental screenings with children and families, and then help make sure that they're getting access to the early childhood intervention services that already exist in our community. They can deliver that in the context of the child care program. Tarrant Area Food Bank is excited about that we can begin to provide some on-site nutritional supports as well. There could be behavioral health supports, access to dental health. And so again, these are things that we're not funding. These are things that we're just helping the child care program access in the community that are already funded. So here's a little bit of the timeline for that. Community outreach. We know programs are going to have a lot of questions about this. So May, June, July, we'll be out, Willie will be out connecting and meeting with providers, childcare providers, to make sure they understand. They'll be assisted through an application process so that no one's left alone in that. And then we hope to have an award time in the summer, summer to late summer, early fall. And then we'll spend a period of time, a ramp-up time with those programs, September through approximately May, to build up their capacity to know how to be able to do that. We'll work on training about having tough conversations with families, because as soon as you do developmental screening, that means you got to have a tough conversation with the family. We want to make sure that they're not alone in that process. And the hope would be that then they would have roughly a 2-year support period. So when those state funds go away, there is no cliff effect, because the contract will be able to continue to support those high quality programs. And so again, this is going to be a pilot. So in addition to running contracts, we'll be doing, hoping to do an RFQ to be able to have an evaluation partner that can walk alongside with us. Because the hope would be, we're doing this work, but we're going to go in and evaluate what are those real costs and come up with a more equitable way of doing a cost methodology. Today's what's typically been known as the subsidy system, which now is known as early education scholarships or child care scholarships. Those have been built on doing a phone call to all the programs in the state and just averaging the cost, and the state pays 75%. The problem with that is we cement permanently the wages of our child care educators to a very low, pinning it to a very low level. This would potentially, we're partnering with the Texas Workforce Commission, we've met with Health and Human Services to propose a different methodology so that moving forward, there could be a seamless transition for these contracts. No cliffs. The hope is that then they'll be able to tap into the resources that already exist at Workforce Solutions for Tarrant County and be able to carry that forward. And so this will be an interesting pilot, but I do believe one that could be particularly transformative. Any questions on that? I know that's a little bit of a big one. Commissioner?
Are there any questions from members of the court? I know that infants and toddlers with physical and developmental disabilities is a particular passion of Jakayla's, and she has a question. So I'm going to let her ask it at this point.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I do have a question about, are the program and service providers that you're working with have the capabilities to accommodate children who tend to be more moderately to severely disabled? And how do you go about finding resources for those families in terms of getting quality childcare for their children?
Great question, and I know I'd love to sit down with you and go in more detail to be explaining how that actually works in the community. Certainly our Head Start and Early Head Start programs are particularly well equipped. We are actually targeting at least 10% of the children we serve are specifically reserved for children who have developmental delays or disabilities. Childcare programs are a little bit more challenged with that, and so we are able to provide additional support. We're able to help introduce them to providers that have received training, but it's a unique area of opportunity, and one of the things we like about this investment is that we're able to go in and help them feel like that as early educators, they know how to have early developmental conversations with families when they are seeing. Sometimes our child care educators are seeing this years before a public school teacher may begin to see that as well. So I can walk through more intimately, but the Child Care Development Funds at Workforce Solutions for Tarrant County does specifically have resources for some of our families with special needs, but we have room to grow. All right, so I'm going to hop on to something I believe that's of interest to our commissioner as well. Here we go. Strategy 3. We've talked about infants and toddlers. So the area of greatest investment in education for the greatest return on investment, surprisingly, is infants and toddlers. Yet there is no dedicated funding stream for infrastructure, for buildings. There is in K-12, there is in higher ed. We even have it for 3 and 4-year-olds with pre-kindergarten, but there is none for infants and toddlers. And we're very excited to bring this opportunity to you today about a partnership between Tarrant County, Child Care Associates, and beginning to bring in other public partners. Our independent school districts and charter schools, our municipalities, our higher education, at saying we believe that we can put a significant investment and aim to double that. We're proposing $28 million in county funds with a charge to try to double it to $56 million to dramatically expand the quality and access to infant, toddler, high quality early Head Start. So it's our only national program for infants and toddlers in this space is early Head Start. And so the aim would be to add 50 new classrooms, which is a 40% increase in our early Head Start services in our community. And over 20 years, this could draw down $160 million in funds that we're not tapping into today. So let's walk through that a little bit. We're going to be able to have an opportunity. There's a little bit of a summary for you of those. But more specifically, we'll have, I'm not doing very well, GK, there we go. I wanted to be able to show a little bit of the need as it relates to this. So we've plotted for you those little tiny colored houses are where early Head Start services currently are today across Tarrant County. You'll see your precincts there as well. And the blue circles represent particular concentrations of lower income families, eligible families with infants and toddlers and young children that could benefit from this. Now, I think Commissioner Allen may recognize, man, look at that. Arlington, in particular, has a lot of areas of needs, but we have areas in Everman. We have areas across the community that could benefit from additional infant and toddler services. This is something that warms my heart. It's something we've been working on for 5 or 6 years, is the opportunity to finally begin to, early on, invest, and this is for our highest need families. I want to make sure I address any concerns of childcare businesses. Wait a minute, we're going to go in and expand. How's that going to impact my childcare business? A lot of these families really wouldn't even be able to afford childcare. These are some of our more fragile families, and it represents what we just heard about, that access to a whole child and whole family approach. There are behavioral specialists, there are mental health interventionists that come in and work with the teachers, with the children in these programs to make sure that that's working. So a little bit of our timeline on that. We would also do a huge community outreach. We'd spend time in spring and summer, talk to our public partners, to independent school districts and others, and let them know about this opportunity. Fort Worth ISD passed $11 million in their school bond, specifically around early learning and infant toddler. And what I love, and the city of Fort Worth has invested an initial $9 million as well, looking at an expansion of infant toddlers. So you're kind of creating a movement to make sure that we all come forward and do our part, knowing that we don't have any other access to be able to make this happen in our community. We'll do an open call for proposals, and then Willie behind me gets to have a pretty mighty effort to begin to lead renovation projects. He'll have a team that will also begin to look at potentially some new buildings in key areas as well. And so again, in summary, these are the 3 proposals that we've brought to you today, and the breakout of the different resources: $2 million for the first, $15 million for the second, and $28 million, hopefully doubling. Hold me accountable to that, trying to get that to a $58 million part on the early infant, toddler, early Head Start infrastructure. welcome any questions.
Well, I thank you for your presentation, Kara. You know that 0 to 3-year-old programs are very, very important to me, and I think critical to addressing poverty and the various other social determinants. So I thank you for bringing us a proposal that addresses the infrastructure of the county to be able to deal with those programs. Commissioner Allen, you look like you are chomping at the bit.
I do have questions, but we'll go with Judge first.
Oh, go, Judge.
Well, I want to thank Kara for her presentation. I have the utmost confidence in her and her group and what the work they've done thus far. She's been working with us at Workforce Solutions for several years in trying to steer as many of the dollars that we have for child care toward quality child care facilities, and I appreciate that. I want to applaud Arlington ISD, who a few months ago announced that they were going to be offering free pre-kindergarten beginning in September. I also want to really urge everyone to hear what Kara said this morning. We're putting up money, but we are hoping that cities, that the ISDs, and businesses will really help us to leverage that money as we go forward into this, into these next couple of years. I ultimately believe, and I've said this quite a bit recently, that if we're going to have a level playing field for our kids as they move through our public education, that it can't just be reduced, but it has to be free. And as was mentioned today, I believe that has to be from infant all the way through high school graduation. Now, I'm not suggesting that we limit that and that it all be done through our public schools, through ISDs. I think it can be done through our charter schools. I think it can be done to some extent by private businesses, to nonprofits, to churches. But I do believe that there's going to have to be a set curriculum that in order to be free, we're going to have to know to some extent what these, the different facilities, their programming and their curriculum, and that they're meeting that. I feel very strongly that, I know that's a big step, but I believe that Kara and her group can be out there encouraging people to participate and help us with that, and that hopefully over the next few years, we'll get to that no-cost free program for, from the time their parents are going back to work and have to have child care, they can be home if they choose. Thank you again, Kara.
Okay, I do have some questions. The first question is for Kristen, though. I want to make sure that I'm understanding what we're being asked to take action on today is for this proposal in whole, right, with these 3 different strategies?
Yes, ma'am. So we're asking the court to approve the 3 strategies presented, which total the $45 million allocation for childcare in the FRF budget. We would be bringing back to court in the near future a contract to solidify that, but we're asking for approval of the concept today.
Okay, and so then for the various proposals, and once the RFP or RFQ goes out, then there would be subsequent action by the court to approve those, or how would that work?
We are working through that right now. We believe that anything that is a public partnership will likely be a contract directly with the court. Okay. Some of the other, the smaller items might be a subrecipient agreements between Child Care Associates and the vendor. So we're working through that in conversation with our auditor's office. But in order to get to those details, we would like to get direction from the court today.
Okay. Well, so this is a question either for you, Kristen, or for Kara or Willie. And hi, Willie. It's good to see you. And you too, Kara. Willie and I serve on a nonprofit organization together called Bridge for Black Young Professionals, so it's nice to see you here. Okay, so for instance, like the judge had mentioned Arlington ISD, which I had not yet had an opportunity to meet with Dr. Cavazos, but we plan to meet over the last few weeks. But so let's say in Arlington ISD, for instance, what would a partnership with them look like?
Absolutely. 20-some years ago, our partnership with Arlington ISD looked like they donated for extended years or $1 lease land that we could use. At that time, it was Head Start. We didn't really have a lot of the pre-kindergarten classrooms that we have today. And so we built facilities that were owned and operated and maintained by CCA, but they were actually in partnership with the city of Arlington, who helped pay those buildings, and Arlington ISD, who helped donate the land. Similar conversations are happening now about, is there accessible land that could be utilized for this? But I certainly have met with Dr. Cavazos regarding their expansion. We're working with the team. They are partnering with childcare. That's been part of their history, is going out and doing that. They're also now independently delivering. And I think they welcome the idea of how can they be supportive of expanding early Head Start, just like they expanded at Head Start 20 years ago.
Okay, very good. Going back to the map you had, obviously I took note of the numerous circles that are in southeast Tarrant County, but some of the other icons that were used there, what do those mean? Like there's like yellow.
Yeah, those little houses.
Yeah, houses.
They represent, some have Head Start, some have Head Start and Early Head Start, but they all represent services where Early Head Start is being delivered by either child care associates or another grantee in the community.
Okay. And then I assume through the process of evaluating who the partners would be, obviously we would be looking at areas where there's none at all. Like if you go further south and further southeast in the county, there's nothing at all, just like there are other parts. But, if I'm looking down in Arlington and Grand Prairie, there's none of those early Head Start or
Absolutely. So we'll work with GK's team, we'll work with commissioners and the Blue Ribbon Action Committee. We've already asked the Blue Ribbon Action Committee on what some of their thinking was as well, and it was to make sure that we targeted in areas where they have a high social vulnerability index, and they, the circles also are taking into effect where there's not existing early Head Start services. Okay. So if there's a place nearby, it's automatic. It doesn't mean that doesn't have need. It means, well, at least they have some kind of access to being able to get that in a reasonable distance from their home. This would expand the geographic access for a variety of families, as well as the capacity to serve.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Two more points. One is, for the outreach efforts, it will be very important to me that we see those outreach efforts in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Arabic. I'm a broken record about it. We have a very diverse county, so I want to make sure that we are getting whatever our work efforts are out in a way that is going to connect with the community. And then this one, and I'm not really sure how to pose this question. I'm going to try to do it diplomatically, and I'm not at all trying to put you on the spot. But
sure.
Some of the community feedback that I've received is a concern about the mom and pop providers who are doing everything right, except for they don't have the expertise or they may not have the sophistication to go for opportunities like this. How are you all prepared to connect with them?
Yeah, so those independent childcare businesses, whether small or a little bit larger homes or centers, there's a couple ways that these resources particularly help. So first is, if they're working with low-income families, they need to be able to get on Texas Rising Star. They'll get a personal mentor, and they can also have access to a business coach and a suite of additional tools. We've been able to use the TX Childcare tools with a mentor and be able to get programs onto Texas Rising Star in 3 months. Mm-hmm. So there's a fast track option to be able to kind of move them on more quickly. And when they get on that program, they receive a higher payment for their services. So they'll have a concierge level of like moving up to be able to achieve that higher quality. The second one is that if they've already achieved that quality, if they've managed to get to 4-star, which I now hear there's more than 5 home-based, I believe there's 8, that we can begin to give them then that contract that would provide and help offset the real cost of quality for the program. So it's helping them move up in quality by giving them a personal business coach, a Texas Rising Star mentor, and more resources than ever before. The county expands that from $3 million to $5 million. And then once they're on that Texas Rising Star system, they're going to be able to move up to that 4-star program and hopefully be eligible for contracts, which give a great deal of business stability for those in high need areas.
And so I know you went over that in your presentation, but it just synthesized, so okay, I get it now.
Perfect.
Okay, so one of my, and I'm generally supportive of this, one of my main concerns would be, as we are hearing feedback from the community about who's being left out, I want to make sure that we have the flexibility to respond to that. So I guess that's more so a question for you, Kristen.
Well, I'll leave that for Kristen. I wanted
Okay.
to emphasize to you also, when we've introduced the Institute to Advanced Childcare and Willie's leadership specifically, part of that is to begin to go out and make sure we are engaging, we are listening to our childcare business community, and also to our families. And so part of the work of the Blue Ribbon Action Committee, the Child Care Associates, and others is we're going to have to rethink some pretty big design changes in order to support businesses in the way that they need it. And that can't happen overnight, and it can't be a single grant. And so that is an investment that I know we're making, is to be able to help address that long term. So,
Okay.
Kristen.
And Commissioner Allen, that's another big reason why I wanted to join the team at Child Care Associates. I know I've been working with the commission in indirect ways over years, but one of my passions is making sure that people without the voice are heard. That's a little bit about my background, about a lot of people who raised me. I come from different underserved communities. So just to let you know, our approach is going to be a lot of what you've seen like in the Las Vegas Trail, listening to the community, listening to those who may not be able to understand or be able to come to the meetings like this and listen in, but to bring that information back to them. And I wrote down to make sure we have it provided in different languages. I had to do that during my outreach time at Catholic Charities when it comes to interacting with the different refugee populations and making sure that was accessible. So any type of contacts that y'all have that would like to interact and learn more about what we're trying to do, that is one of the reasons why they brought me onto the team.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you all very much for your presentation this morning. Kristen?
Thank you. So now I will ask Commissioners Court to approve the proposals as laid out by Child Care Associates, with the understanding that any eventual contracts will be written in a way that provides or allows for some flexibility should we need to pivot based on outreach in the community and feedback from the community.
Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen.
Members of the court, we can now go to item number 3 under the administrator section. Upon the recommendation of our Fire Marshal Randy Renoir, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court repeal the prohibition against outside burning in the unincorporated areas of Tarrant County.
Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Oh, was there a motion? I'll make the motion.
Motion, I'll second the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Member of the court, we can now move to item number 4. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court waive Tarrant County filing fees for qualified candidates through the Expunction Non-Disclosure Clinic, which will be held May 14th, 2022. This waiver is requested for local court filing fees to the greatest extent permitted by law.
Move for approval.
Second.
This is something that we do annually for the L. Clifford Davis Legal Association, their expunction and non-disclosure clinic. It allows those with little or no income to be able to have access to these services. I believe the chair of the event, Mark Clayton, is here. Mark, would you stand up? It'll be this weekend in
Mansfield at the Sub-Courthouse, Mansfield, Texas.
Thank you very much, Mark. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Judge Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can move to item number 5. We're requesting, upon the recommendation of the Chief Medical Examiner, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court accept firearm donations for the Medical Examiner's Office Firearms Section Reference Collection. There are 2 of these weapons, and they are listed in your court communication.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. I believe that's a yes.
So, members of the court, when we get to item
The
number
motion carries unanimous.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. On item number 6, Mr. Schaffner is here to address the court.
Russell.
Good morning, Commissioner,
Morning.
Commissioners, and Judge. We're seeking approval of an interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the City of Everman for the Everman Emergency Services Dispatch Service upgrade, purchasing new Motorola equipment for that program through our Fiscal Recovery Funds program. And this has been budgeted and has gone through the work group.
I want to thank you for working through this process with the City of Everman. It will add tremendously to the county's ability to respond to emergency calls. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Motion
Yes.
passes unanimously.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Russell.
The team worked really hard on this one.
Thank you, Russell. So on item number 7, Ms. South is here to address the court at this time.
Ms. South.
Hello again.
Morning.
So about a month ago, Robert Kimball, the developer of the Arlington Commons project, brought forth a presentation to you all that outlined the status of Phase 1A and 1C of that development, and also made a request to consider tax abatement for the last 3 phases of that project, which is Phase 1D, 2, and 1B. The county is being asked to participate at the same rate of 70% for 10 years, and the hospital district at the same rate of 50% for 10 years for all 3 projects. So the next scheduled phase is 1D, which would provide for rent townhomes containing 36 apartments, and that would commence in the second quarter of 2022. Phase 2 would provide for 374 units and structured parking, and that would commence in the third quarter of 2022. And then last, Phase 1B will complete the Arlington Commons project and is expected to commence in the first quarter of 2025, and that will add 300 high-end units along with other amenities. So the City of Arlington has already approved tax abatement agreements at 90% for 10 years for each of the projects. And just real quick, the combined current appraised value of all 3 properties is around $1.2 million.
1.2
million. Providing combined taxes to the county and the hospital district for all 3 properties of only about $5,700. So that's annually. So based on the current tax rate at a value of 70% abatement from the county for 10 years, that's estimated at about approximately $264,000 for all 3 phases. And 10-year hospital district abatement at 50% is approximately $184,000 for the last 3 phases. So during that same period, new county and hospital district taxes collected on these improvements is estimated to be about $30,000 per year on the unabated portion, and that's about almost $300,000 over that 10-year period. So before I ask for approval, I did want to point out that Robin Van Workhoven is here. Bob couldn't be with us today, but Robin can answer any questions if there are any. And if not, then I'm going to go ahead and go into this approval. Are there any questions on it?
Any questions? I believe we thoroughly discussed this before. Is there a motion?
I'm in support of it, but just to avoid the mere appearance of impropriety, I'm abstaining. So someone else will need to make that motion for me.
Move approval.
Thank you.
A second.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley,
Yes.
is Commissioner Johnson still with us?
No?
The motion passes 3-0 with one abstention. Is that correct? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With Commissioner Johnson not currently present.
So members of the court, we can go to item number 9 on the administrator's section. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve and concur with actions of the Board of Managers of the Hospital District for the approval of a First Amendment to the lease agreement between Healthcare Realty Services, Inc. and Acclaimed Physicians Group as it relates to the All Saints Professional Pavilion, which is located at 1250 8th Avenue, Suite 600 in Fort Worth.
This is concurring with the actions already taken by the hospital district.
That's correct.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote.
GK, is this the cancer unit there just south of Baylor, Scott and White?
No, Your Honor. This is part of a clinic that Acclaim runs out of that location.
Okay, thanks.
Please vote. Judge Whitley,
Yes.
is Commissioner Johnson present? Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner Johnson not being present.
So, members of the court, there was one item under my section that was removed from the consent agenda. We can go to that now. That is item A26, which is out-of-state travel requests. We're requesting that the commissioners approve the out-of-state travel requests as listed in the court communication.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second is that there is a public comment on
Yes.
this item.
Yes, Commissioner, Mr. Tarrant Cassie is here to address the court.
Mr. Torlin Cassie.
Commissioner Brooks, commissioners and judge, honorary commissioner, I want to make sure you know individually that there are a number of folks downstairs on the lawn who care about the subject I'm about to speak on and some of the other subjects that I signed up for. This is not a lone wolf situation. This is pretty routine to approve for travel expenses. And in the very recent past, you voted to send the sheriff on week-long trips. I think he's probably on one of those now. As the crisis in the jail that he's responsible for continues, you have the ability to rescind his travel or to send any other member of the sheriff's staff in his place and get him back home until we straighten out our jail.
Thank you, Mr. Torlin Cassie. We've got a motion and a second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 4-0. Commissioner Johnson not being present at this time. That brings us to the end of your agenda, Mr. Manias.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you.
Ms. Tidwell.
Good morning. We have several items for the court's consideration this morning. The first, we're asking the court to receive and file the financial statements for the county for the period ended January 2022.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Motion to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Our next couple of items I will comment on in general. We are working with the IT department as well as the departments where these systems were implemented. But we do think the county does need to address having stronger sign-off and review, certainly where there's financial matters that are involved in these systems. And so the first item I'm asking you to receive and file is our review of the civil serve financial and system controls that was implemented for the constables. You have the IT department's response attached.
Is there a motion? I'll move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Will you just repeat what your request was?
My request is that you receive and file this report. And I noted that we are working with the IT department as well as these impacted departments. Systems were implemented that were not adequately reviewed, that could have severe negative impact on county financial associated items. And so we've asked that the auditor's office be included as a stakeholder and a sign-off person related to systems where there's financial impact, regardless of what type of systems they are. And we're working with them, and this one is related to the issues that we had with the constable system.
Okay, understood.
Duly noted, and we'll make sure that happens.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And the next item is a similar item. This was related to a system that was implemented by the county related to the fuel system upgrade. And you have a response from the transportation department and the IT department related to this particular report.
And your request on that as well as for the auditor's office to be included on the sign-off?
Right, and this is a receive and file though of that report.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Yes.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The next item, we're asking the court to receive and file the auditor's report related to the elections office and specifically the contract for temporary and payroll services. There are some things that we believe need to be clarified to ensure that the contract and the process is in agreement, and we do not have a response from elections. They elected to not send one at this time and simply said they would review our findings.
Move to receive and file.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
And our final item, we're asking the court to receive and file our report related to the review of financial system controls, again related specifically in this case to Constable Precinct 8. Some of the findings are related to some of the things we've already talked about. We recognize that the county in smaller offices always will have a shortage of personnel at times. We feel that we must continue though to make certain that people are aware that where there are risks involved, particularly related to lack of segregation of duties, those types of things. Other things that are identified in here, that we share those. Those risks can be assumed by the office holder or could be assumed by the county as a whole. But again, people do need to be aware that there are some risks, and we do have the report and the response from the constable's office.
Move to receive and file.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Tidwell.
Commissioner Brooks, we have that one item that is coming up. It's under the Criminal District Attorney's Office, item D1. We have pulled that off of the consent agenda because we have an audience participation.
All right. Would someone from the Criminal District Attorney's Office, Ms. Wilson, would you present this item, please?
As you all know, when an elected official who's the DA is not running again, the funds that are in the narcotics, the asset forfeiture funds, have to be approved for expenditures by the Commissioners Court. In the last 7 years, we have used the asset forfeiture funds to pay for the equipment that is used in our digital forensic and technical services unit. DFATS is one of the, it's kind of the go-to service provider for all of our local law enforcement and even in this region.
Excuse me, Ms. Wilson. Sir, it is not proper to display signs in this courtroom. Would you please lower your sign? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
So the
Wilson.
request is to use it's about $150,000 of that asset forfeiture fund to pay for the equipment needed, because as as technology improves, we have to improve to meet the same things that we're having to deal with, which is new kinds of cell phones and technical equipment that are used by defendants in criminal cases. And so we need to be able to meet that and work with that kind of equipment. So that is the request. The request from DFATS for this year was for that money, for those expenditures. So that's what this is. It's for the asset forfeiture funds to be used for investigative purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We have an audience participation on this item. Mr. Torlin-Kasi.
Commissioner Brooks, commissioners, citizens, and taxpayers listening and watching online and later. I'm opposed to this particular measure. I know it's something that's probably been so routine for 7 years that nobody looks at it very closely. In a lot of modern law enforcement entities across the country in large metro counties, civil forfeiture is both abhorrent, unethical, and unconstitutional. It's pretty convenient both for district attorneys who still embrace it and for law enforcement who enjoy the assets that are taken from citizens without proper adjudication, in some cases without an actual conviction. Let's be practical. In this specific instance, you're going to vote for this. And listed in the backstory, in the paperwork, as investigative items are gun range costs, body cameras, body armor, and other items. I'm not a law enforcement expert, but I don't think those are investigative. But if you're going to approve this money and give it to the district attorney's office, I suggest these investigative outlays. If there are any rape kits that need to be tested, pay for those. DNA tests, pay for those. Maybe investigate Mr. Manuel Mata's case, where Officer Hoffman of the Fort Worth Police Department hit him on his bicycle with his police car. Then, when Mr. Mata attempted to get an incident report for that assault with a vehicle, he was arrested. Then, a few months later, now we have the body camera footage that allegedly wasn't available, where Mr. Mata was arrested, and then same Officer Hoffman and 7 other officers had body cameras, but none of those body cameras apparently were on or available, but we got one body camera. And that's something you need to investigate. It is clear that Officer Hoffman has planted cocaine on Mr. Mata and arrested him for that.
Thank you, Mr. Torlin-Kasi. I'm not going to play games about that sign. It should not keep creeping up and down.
Is there a policy on the books that says we cannot hold signs?
There is.
Please state it.
I've already stated it.
Posted outside on the pages outside the room. I'll hand one to you in just a moment. If I could respond to Mr. Torlin-Kasi, I appreciated his comment about rape kits. Over the last 7 years, we have funded the testing of all the rape kits in Tarrant County. As far as I know today, I can tell you that every agency is up to date on their rape kits in Tarrant County and has been for some time. yes, those gun range costs are for investigators, because our investigators being, as you know, the first DA's office in the state of Texas to be a recognized law enforcement agencies, we actually go to gun ranges and and keep our qualifications up. So yes, it is investigative cost. I just wanted to make sure that y'all had that information.
Thank you.
And the information about the City of Fort Worth case, I do not know.
So, for the district attorney, I was going to ask you to address the concerns that he brought up, but also, we are required by statute to do this since you are going out of office. Is that correct?
Yes, that's why you're required to approve it. And, yes,
Is that your document?
it's actually,
Oh, okay. Very good.
I took it.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Is that correct? We do not have a motion.
I move approval.
Second.
Now we have a motion and second. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Thank you.
Yeah.
Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Johnson having rejoined the meeting. Where are we now, Mr. Manius? Facilities?
Yes, sir, we are.
Mike, come on.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Mike.
Report, Judge. We have one item for your consideration today. It is a ARPA recommended project. Approval of a professional services contract with Brickman and Crawford Limited for land survey services related to the Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center Elevator Tower Addition Project in the amount of $10,750.
All right, this is an ARPA-funded item that we previously received and filed. I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion and second.
Commissioner, before we take that vote, Mr. Crowderville, we have two members present. One has stepped away temporarily. Can we still take this by the vote?
We need a physical quorum present in order to take action on this item.
All right, I was going to take a break after this item. Why don't we take it now? We'll take a 5-minute break. Depends on the issue, but yeah.
Is this always what you thought you'd be doing when you were my age?
Will you mute that right quick? Will you mute your mic? Sure.
Okay. Were we in the middle of something? Like a vote?
Yeah. Where were we?
So we're in facilities, we have a motion and a second, so need to vote.
The contract.
We got a motion and a second.
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, turn your mic back on now.
They kind of cut you short, didn't they? Sure, where was he? No, I said they cut you short.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
All right, the court will come back to order. We have a motion and second on the facilities project. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Thank you.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Before we go further, let me apologize to Ms. Young. I have been advised by the district attorney's office that your sign meets the exception to the sign policy in that it is 8.5 by 11 roughly. I will not come down there and measure it, and it is not obstructive. So my apologies to you, and you may display your sign.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now, let's see.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Glenn.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Welcome to Kayla. Hope you're learning a lot today. So we have 2 additional items for the court. The second item is we're asking a waiver for the sheriff's office. As explained in your court communique, the sheriff has 2 deputy sheriff vacancies. Both individuals retired in the month of April. The sheriff has identified their replacements. They were assigned to the bond desk, and so the sheriff is very anxious to get those positions filled. The cost to the general fund will be approximately $12,248 and some change if approved.
So this is a waiver of terminal benefits request.
Correct.
Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
I move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
And our third and final item is we're asking the court to approve a table of organization changes to Constable 7, that's Constable Lee, JP 4, that's JP Gregory, and then JP 7, that's JP Sanders. So what we explained in the court communique is that Constable Lee is requesting a deputy constable to help with her backlog of cases. Both JPs are requesting exempt positions, so one each. All of these positions, if approved, are ARPA funded. And again, all address the backlog of cases that their departments are dealing with. As indicated in your communique, the estimated cost will be approximately $224,000. There you go, $224,306.
Are these positions recommended by your
Yes,
department, Ms. Glenn?
Yes, Commissioner. they
And
are.
they're ARPA funded?
Precinct 7.
Pardon?
Who is the constable in precinct 7?
Well, this is JP 7, and this is Mr. Sanders.
It's a what?
I'm sorry, Constable 7 is Constable Lee.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is related to like COVID backlog.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Commissioner Fickus seconds the motion. Please vote.
Well, let me ask a question.
Go for it.
You said these are ARPA funded. When the ARPA funds, would that mean that it's only approved then up and through December of '24? And at that point in time, do the exempt positions become non-exempt? And does everything go back to as it is today?
So I think to the second part of your question, do the non-exempt positions become, I didn't really follow that, Judge, but the two requests for project positions, remember those are, project positions are temporary positions. And so all three positions, the two project positions as well as the deputy constable position are all ARPA funded. And I'm not sure, I don't know if Russell or Helen know the answer to the first question.
Well, if they're ARPA funded and they're temporary, then they will go away.
That's correct.
When the funding goes away, that's correct.
They're treated the same as grant employees and project employees. Once the funding is no longer available through ARPA, then the positions go away.
And that is.
Yeah, but it's not, it was my understanding that a couple of these were already employees and that we were moving them into an exempt status. And so that's what I'm trying to determine, whether or not the existing employees would move back.
I'm not familiar with that, Judge Whitley. Perhaps someone else is.
These are new positions, are they not?
That
That's-
doesn't sound right, Judge.
So my understanding is that these are new positions, that we are requesting that we use ARPA funds to cover the cost of these positions. That's my understanding.
Okay, so all 5 are new positions.
There are a total of three. There's one for Constable 7, and then one each for JPs 4 and 7. So that's a total of 3.
Okay. If they're all new positions, then I don't have any problem because they're project positions.
They're not project positions, they're ARPA-funded positions, and I'm sorry, Judge, clarification. The two for JPs 4 and 7 are project positions. You are correct. You are correct. but all ARPA funded.
Okay, and we've looked at the other constables and JPs, and we've determined that those do not need this, or is this just gonna begin a chain of events?
It's my understanding that, of course, these requests come from departments, and they are evaluated as we receive them. I'm not aware of additional requests, but Helen's coming, so she may.
We've already approved some. I just wanted to add, we've already approved some.
Yes,
so,
ma'am. We have
yeah.
approved for various JPs and constables, and as we see their stats on evictions, then we address and look at what their need for. In the JPs, it's a project position. In the constables, because it's law enforcement, it is similar to what Mr. Manius just said, an FTE, but as funding is available.
Thank you, Helen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Or do I have a motion and a second?
I motion.
Do you have a question?
No.
All right, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Purchasing, Ms. Lee.
Morning.
Good morning, afternoon.
Right, yeah, oh, yeah. Thanks, Melissa.
We have 6 items for your consideration. The first is bid number 2022-100. This is our annual contract for time and date stamp machines, services, and supplies, awarding to Associated Time Instruments, doing business as Associated Time on demand, per unit price, per hourly rate, and discount from list price.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Our second item is regarding bid number 2022-101. This is for the purchase of a full-size cargo van for the Sheriff's Office, awarding to Rockdale Country Ford in the amount of $48,968.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Our third item is regarding bid number 2022-110. This is our annual contract for transport of human remains for the medical examiner's office. Our award recommendation is to Fort Worth Funerals and Cremations, per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
The fourth item is regarding bid number 2022-076. We're requesting a rescind of court order number 137997 and recommend a reaward to Juvenile Center for the Juvenile Center court furniture. There was mistakes in the original court communique, and we corrected those.
Move approval.
Second.
Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Motion carries unanimously.
The fifth item is regarding RFP number 2021-079. This is our annual contract for Enterprise Digital Media Evidence Player for Criminal District Attorney's Office. We're requesting approval of a contract termination with Hallbrook and Miller, doing business as TM Television, and rebid with revised specifications.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And our last item is an approval of an invoice payment to Translation Services for CSCD to Translation and Interpretation Network for $105.38.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Commissioner Brooks, the next one is one that we have also pulled off of the consent agenda. This is the Sheriff's Department item I-1, and it's the acceptance of a forfeited vehicle for the use by the SO's media team.
All right, there is
On this particular one, we actually have two audience participation
got
forms.
two audience participations. Representative Burnham. Good afternoon, sir.
I was going to wish all of you good morning, but good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you today. Although it's not a pleasure in one sense, what I want to talk about is a term, a phrase that I learned about 40 years ago. It's Spanish. It's ya basta. It is a great set of two words. They say much more than the literal translation, which is enough is enough. As we approach our 40th death in the Tarrant County jails, it is way past time for the commissioners to use the power of the purse to clarify to the sheriff that his performance is totally unacceptable. Now, I have been involved with jail issues since the 1970s when I was an undergraduate and working in the legislature. Tarrant County has had problems for a long time when it comes to jail management. But it's like a crisis at this point. And the only way you can clarify to the sheriff and his department that their performance is unacceptable is to stop giving them perks. There is no amount of money in this PR agenda item that will make up for the death of the really bad, for the really bad PR. Really, it's just terrible that 40 people have died. And under your hands, under your custody since 2019, you must fix it. And you can't fire the sheriff. Only the people of Tarrant County can fire the sheriff. But you can penalize the sheriff by saying, enough is enough. We're not going to go along with your playmanship anymore. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll vote against this.
Thank you, Mr. Burnham. Mr. Torlincasi.
Commissioner Brooks, county commissioners, honorary commissioner, fellow citizens, and anybody that cares about just outcomes. I dove into this item specifically too. The vehicle is a 2011 Toyota Tundra. Why is that significant? Not much just in itself, except that it was taken from someone. It was not adjudicated in a court of law where the person had the opportunity to regain their asset that was taken from them. I oppose this on principle, on the fact that it's unconstitutional and immoral, and I further oppose it because the intended use is for the media team for a sheriff who has no problem keeping his head in his face in front of the media. Across the country, there are thousands of sheriffs, and our sheriff has appeared on Fox television more than all the other sheriffs combined. He appears nearly weekly on NRA TV. He appears on the Chad Prather show, The Fool That Tried to Run for Governor. And that payroll burden of at least 3 team members that we have a head count for is $1 million in taxpayer money to keep making the sheriff look good. I don't think that any assets or any payroll should be focused towards a media team, far less giving something that was stolen from a private citizen to that same media team. making it worse when it comes to the 39 or 40 jail deaths is those are the ones that are kept categorized as part of the jail population. We do not know yet if somebody that is extremely ill isn't released with their charges dropped and shuttled to a hospital and their death is not counted among the 40. Now here's the toughest one. Since this really is propaganda and not media and not public relations, keep in mind that of those 20 of those jail deaths were investigated by the same Texas Ranger, a man named McDonald. Whatever the outcome or the explanation of the investigation, McDonald gave the right story or the right answers to the sheriff. How do I know that? Because McDonald isn't a Texas Ranger anymore. He's the head of the drug task force for Sheriff Bill Wayborn. When you really realize the connections here and the good old boy colluding that goes on that gets us to where we're at, our sheriff will not take responsibility. He passes it off to the overworked and understaffed jailers as if they made just clerical errors and let them take the brunt of the responsibility. It is our county and our commissioner's responsibility to straighten out the jail.
Thank you, Mr. Torrencastle. Is there a motion on the floor? What is your pleasure? Motion?
Which item are we on? Sheriff's Department?
Yes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second. Please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2. Okay. Commissioner Fickus, you have
I do.
interlocal agreements.
There's two of them. It's 10, L1, A, B, C, and D. Interlocals with North Richland Hills and the city of Bedford. I move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Thank you.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Johnson, you've got an interlocal agreement.
I do, Your Honor. Have these been approved?
You've got
by the
several.
Clerk's office?
Yes, Commissioner, they have.
Yes, they have.
Responsible. I move approval of item 10, 2, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Appointments. Commissioner Fickus, you've got two.
I'd like to appoint Treese Parsons to the City of Keller TERS number 2 board for the current term until further notice. Then I would like to appoint Teresa Parsons again to the City of Bedford TERS number 1 board for the current term until further notice. I move approval.
Second.
Let me add one to that, Commissioner, if you don't mind.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to appoint Alice Moore to Saginaw TERS Board.
Does second accept that addition to the motion?
Is it just the one TERS board? Is it number one?
It's
TERS
just one, yes.
Okay. I still second.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Any bonds or self-insurance certificates today? Seeing none, the claims register is now before you for last week's meeting and for this week.
Move approval of both claims and addendum.
Second.
Addenda.
Motion and second, please vote. Judge Whitley?
Yes?
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion approved unanimously. We now come to the public comment section of the agenda. We've got several people who have signed to speak on various issues. I will call you in the order that they were presented to me. And you will then have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please come to the podium and state your name and begin your comment. First is Marcia Gutenfelder.
Hello, my name is Marcia Gutenfelder,
Afternoon.
and we're here, some of the family is here, about MHMR, that we have a family member in jail, excuse me, and he is mentally ill. He has the mentality of like a 6-year-old. He doesn't know if he has a headache to say, you know, I have a headache. Could I perhaps have an aspirin Tylenol? He doesn't know how to ask. He's been on suicide watch before, and it really concerns us that we found out the hard way he was on suicide watch. And another thing, he doesn't know how to address an envelope to send a letter, nor does he know how to use the phone. So I just ask that you all intercede on his behalf like godly men and women and help him out and deal with MHMR and the sheriff. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Ms. Gutenfelder, because this item and all of the rest of these are not on today's agenda, we cannot comment directly. But I'm going to ask you to give the name of your son?
Nephew.
Nephew to Mr. Manius, so that we can look into the issues that you have
Okay, I will. Thank you
brought
so
forward.
much.
Thank you, Ms. Gutenfelder. Next is Ms. Pamela Young.
What's the name?
Pamela Young.
Okay.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Pamela Young. I'm a Tarrant County resident, and I'm here speaking with Ms. Marcia and so many other families who are represented here today. They're here in person because their family members have suffered in Tarrant County Jail or are still suffering in Tarrant County Jail or at John Peter Smith Hospital or at the hands of MHMR. Why? Because they have been neglected. They have been unjustly jailed when they needed to go and get mental health care. They've been unjustly jailed when they needed to get hospital care, medical care. They've been unjustly released then from JPS Hospital back into a cage at Tarrant County Jail when they needed to continue their care. Javonte Myers, I don't know if that name rings a bell. He died in Tarrant County Jail on Juneteenth, 2020, black young man in his 20s. Why? Because he had epilepsy. The jail sent him to JPS. JPS sprinkled something on him, I don't know, but they put him back in the cage. he was not well, and he died in his cell unattended. And we know 2 of those cops or sheriff's people have been indicted for lying, saying that they did the required checks to make sure that he was okay as an epileptic. Right back here, we have another family of an epileptic. She is in JPS right now fighting for her very life on a ventilator for the very same reason. She should have never been arrested. She should have been taken to get medical help when the authorities were called to help the family with a situation that was out of their hands. But what was happening? What happened? She was taken to a cage. Then they took her to JPS 10 days later. Guess what they did after that? Put her back in the cage. And she could have had the same fate as Javonte Myers, but now she's fighting for her life on a ventilator. I'm asking you all to do what we've been asking you to do since the beginning of this pandemic, when all these deaths started proliferating. And even before that, in 2019, they've all proliferated under Sheriff Bill Waybourn. We're asking this court to conduct an independent investigation into Tarrant County Jail policies and procedures of all its jail facilities to identify policy problems and recommend policy solutions with implementation plans. We're asking for an inquiry into the yearly funding of the Sheriff's Department, all of this overtime that has proliferated since he's been in office since 2016. It must be investigated. How we have all these overtime dollars if people are not doing their checks? What are we getting paid to do and people are dying? 39 deaths and counting. Those are just the ones that are on the books. We need this court to use all of your authority to make sure that no more, not one more dies at Tarrant County Jail or is mistreated or mishandled. And this is the tip of the iceberg. Thank you.
Ms. Young. Cindy Mata.
My name is Cindy. I reside in zip code 76115. I'm here alongside my community because we refuse to continue to allow the deaths and inhumane treatment of people in our community to be normalized. I am filled with so much anger and sadness hearing Kelly Maston's story. I've been here countless of times and seen the many pillars of white supremacy that exist in this room and witnessed harmful decisions rooted in that same white supremacy that continue to impact our people. Shame on you for not taking any action to protect the lives of people in our community. Shame on you for continuing to be complicit to the criminalization that is harming our people and perpetuated by these systems. Kelly Maston should have never been in the county jail. Going to the jail meant losing access to adequate health treatment and support that she needed. We need alternatives to violence that does not involve the prison system or the police. The historical violence of the county jail has harmed so many lives without any form of accountability for too long. 39 community members have died in Tarrant County Jail since 2019. These institutions are killing us. We demand transparency and accountability from Sheriff Bill Waybourn and the Tarrant County Jail. Our community will never stop defending humanity and the lives of the people that we love. Today we are here in solidarity with Kelly Maston and her family and all incarcerated people at the Tarrant County Jail who have suffered medical neglect and inhumane treatment to demand that the County Commissioner's Court conduct an independent investigation into Tarrant County Jail, the resignation from Sheriff Bill Waybourn, and the implementation of a non-police mental health crisis response to divert and ensure that people with mental illness and disabilities do not come in contact with the county jail. These are some of the many more demands that the Texas Jail Project has shared with you all that can be implemented immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Tamara Hutcherson.
Hello, my name is Tamara Hutcherson, and I am a resident of Precinct 4, zip code
76104. I am also the Tarrant County Community Organizer for Texas Jail Project. I'm just going to read some numbers through you to you all, and if you want any of this information, I'd be happy to share it with you. Per the Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney Civil Division, it costs $85 per day to house an incarcerated person in Tarrant County Jail, which includes medical and mental health care. It costs at least $31,000 per year to house an incarcerated person. Since 2019, on average, Tarrant County Jail has confined 4,026 incarcerated persons per month. Since 2019, the monthly average has been approximately 10.4 million, and the annual average has been about 125 million. And as of right now, since the April population reports have come out through the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, there's about 56% people that are pretrial in Tarrant County. Per the data obtained from MHMR Tarrant, of total clients served of mental illness and intellectual or developmental disabilities at Tarrant County Jail, the average has been about 24% since 2019. In 2021, the yearly average was about 27%, a 5% increase from 2020, which was about 22%. In the recent 2022 approved county budget, $0 were allocated to pretrial services. About $5.7 million was allocated to MHMR, and only $101,250 was allocated to reentry and reintegration. Funding for pretrial services stopped in 2020, and the reintegration fund has remained unchanged since 2019. Over 185 complaints of abuse and neglect have been reported to Texas Jail Project. An overwhelming majority have a mental health diagnosis, medical conditions, and/or IDD. Per serious incidents reports from TCJS, the rate of deaths has increased since 2019. From January 2019 to September 2021, there was 0.78 deaths per month. And from September 2021 to February 2022, there has been at least 1.4 deaths per month. Since 2019, 3 people committed suicide, 138 attempted suicide, and 431 were assaulted. According to our analysis, there is a very slight correlation between population size and deaths in custody over time, including assaults over time. Think about the likelihood of liability increasing with more people in jail. If this is all in the name of public safety, then we need to reevaluate what public safety means to us and looks like in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutcherson. Next is Emma. Is Emma present? Next is Delilah Reynoso. Go ahead, Ms. Reynoso.
Hi, my name is Delilah Reynoso. I work with the organization Texas Jail Project as a community advocate. I would like to take 1 minute for these individuals who have died in the county jail. It's been 39 individuals, someone's loved one. want to take an additional minute for Kelly, who's currently fighting for her life. Human beings are not a commodity. But yet, there has been over 39 custody deaths, as everyone has mentioned, since 2019. What has changed? Nothing, but just increase of individuals dying in the hands of the sheriff. But we too want to hold everyone else accountable. The elected officials, the county commissioners, the county judge. We can do better by these individuals. I also have a question to ask of all of you guys. In the past month, how many of you guys have actually visited the jails to see what's really going on? How many of you guys have asked these individuals incarcerated about the mistreatment? There is something that can be done. Even today, after this county commissioners meeting, you guys have the power to go inside of that jail and ask these individuals. That is what I'm asking of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynoso. Christina Salinas.
Hi, my name is Christina Salinas. I'm here today on behalf of my sister Kelly Maston, who unfortunately right now is in ICU at JPS Hospital after being released from Tarrant County Jail. I would try to keep this short and sweet. I know I only have 3 minutes. On April 11th, my grandmother called 911 on my sister. She has what's called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. It is a severe rare seizure disorder that around the age of 4 or 5, her brain stopped developing. So although Kelly looks completely normal, she does not have physical Down syndrome features. In her mind, she is very much so a child. Everything she has to do is assisted. She cannot bathe herself. She can't comb her own hair. She can eat on her own, but it's just like having a small child. You have to talk her into it. You know, take a bite of this, take a bite of that. On the night that my grandmother called 911, it was with the understanding that the Fort Worth PD who responded would be transporting her to JPS MHMR. Kelly has never been in a facility, never been seen by MHMR, but as you can imagine, after 36 years of seizing every day, loss of oxygen to the brain on a daily basis like that, we continue to go backwards. So there are lots of medication modifications, lots of different medication combinations that we try, because as a family collectively, we never wanted her in a facility for those pictures' very reason. We wanted to care for her at home. My grandmother was told that she would be taken to Tarrant County Jail and that within 4 to 6 hours would be transported to MHMR. However, when she got to jail, the medical screening that this court funds for to see if she was mentally competent enough, apparently she passed. I don't know how they did this mental evaluation on her, however, since she cannot read or write or know numbers or have any concept of time, majority of the words on this paper are not even in her vocabulary, but she was deemed fit. So they arrested her on assault charges that have since graciously by the DA's office been dismissed, since they were actually kind of ludicrous. During the time at the Tarrant County Jail, her father and I advocated. I'm actually a resident of Mississippi right now, so I was calling the detective, the DA, the county jail administrator, the superiors in the county jail. I was getting transferred everywhere, and when I realized that I wasn't getting anything done on the phone and no one was understanding the severity of her being a major fall risk in a cement cell with a metal bed frame. Those pictures that you see, I've been assured by the crime scene investigator that it was not from a grown man beating her, that it was a result of her being in a cell falling for almost 10 days in that jail cell before we could bond her out, because the court-appointed attorney, when I got here from Mississippi after her 7th day, had not even filed a motion for bond for her, even though she had had her case for 6 days. So I left Easter Sunday morning and drove straight through to Mississippi to get here with my husband. I did not even get to celebrate Easter with my 4 sons to get here. I got here to get her out on Monday morning, and there was not even a bond set. The Sheriff's Department is standing by that every policy and procedure that they have in place that is funded by this court was completely executed. But I would like for you to take a look at those pictures and tell me, is that not shameful that if everything was executed, that's how anyone, but especially a child, because she's 5, should look when they leave the Tarrant County Jail? She has no change in her condition. She's still on a ventilator. We're going on day 21 today. We don't have much brain activity. We can't get a trach in because she's battling pneumonia right now. This is totally unacceptable. The Fort Worth PD failed by responding to the call and not placing her in the proper facility. This medical evaluation needs to be revised and reviewed. This is absolutely absurd that this qualified Kelly, when anyone speaking with her for longer than 3 minutes, can understand both vocabulary, the frame of mind, the answers that she has, that she's not mentally competent. The charges were dropped. There was never any cause for charges to be in place. What Kelly needed was for her medication to be modified. She can't help that she loses oxygen and has seizures daily. She didn't ask for this. I would like for this court to please consider to do an investigation on more than one decision that was made regarding my sister. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salinas. Tyler DeLuca. Is Tyler DeLuca present? Anna Harris. Is Anna Harris present? Krish Gundu.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Actually, I was wondering, instead of me, if another family member could speak, because I know you have limited time.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I was wondering, instead of me, I could give my time to another family member because they didn't sign up on time to speak. Would that be okay?
I will allow it.
Thank you so much, sir.
3 minutes.
Hello, my name is
Hello.
Chanel.
Please speak into the mic so we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Chanel Jenkins. I'm here not only on the behalf of Kelly's family, but for myself. My husband, Robert, died in Tarrant County Jail August 1st of 2019. He was bipolar and manic depressant, and they said that they were going to just detain him when they originally took him in. I think that there definitely needs to be an investigation on what goes on. No one notified me of his death. I found out in the Star Telegram. And that's no way for a wife to find out that her husband has passed. It's been so difficult explaining to my child who has autism that his father is gone. I have to literally reiterate on a daily basis that he's not here anymore because he asks for him still, even though it's been 3 years. I believe that there could be something different done than what's been happening. And I really hate that these families behind me have to join in on my cries and pleas for help, because I've been reaching out for years and nothing's been done. So I just would like for some type of change to happen. I'm not quite for sure where things went wrong as far as the investigation. No one really was able to tell us anything about the investigation. No tapes were released. Nothing happened in order to bring light upon the situation. All we hear are the rumors and the speculations of what went on, and they're not good, and they don't match the death certificate that I have that says the death is undetermined, and it doesn't match what the medical examiners are now saying, which was a sickle cell trait, and we know no one dies from a trait. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Buckner.
I'm Rebecca Buckner. I'm here about election integrity. I've never done anything like this before, so I'm just going to try to speed right through it, okay? On November the 3rd, 2020, I was an alternate judge. The judge became ill at the last minute, so I became the judge. While checking off my supply list, I found a package of undocumented ballots partially hidden at the bottom. I noted this on my list and I took a picture of it if any of you would like to see it. I notified the elections. The election came and went. After security video was leaked from the Allstate Arena in Fulton County, Georgia, I decided to speak out. I called Judge Glenn Whitley's office, and his assistant called me immediately. Thank you, Judge Whitley, for that. Then his assistant called me back, and then he had Hyder Garcia call me. Mr. Garcia did not seem to understand my concern about undocumented loose ballots being in my supply bag. He wanted me to call the Secretary of State, but she had already resigned. I believe she had just resigned unexpectedly. If I were a dishonest judge, I could steal an election in Tarrant County. I've been a judge a lot, and I've been an alternate judge, and I've been a clerk. If there are other dishonest judges that work with me, it's even easier. There's no accountability, and we need an audit. We need an audit for the next election, not the one after that, the next election. And it can't just be the machines. It has to be the paper documents that each election judge is supposed to fill out, add, and it's all supposed to come together and total with the machines. There are some judges who don't seem to think it's necessary to do that. I personally know some. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but they don't do it because they don't think it's necessary. Well, it is, and it should be, brought up and made sure that every time there's an audit, all of it needs to add up, not just the machines, the paper documents that each election judge fills out and signs. I'm sorry, I lost my spot. I lost my thing, okay. There's just, it's up to y'all. Y'all have to do this. And if you don't want accountability, if you don't want an audit, then it leaves us wondering why. Why, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid will come up? It costs money, but I know you have money for all kinds of things, and the money can be scraped together for an audit. And I want to thank you for your time, and I want to close in saying that in 2020, my vote was stolen, along with millions of other people's votes. Not exactly in Texas, but it all had an effect. MAGA.
Thank you, Ms. Buckner. The rest of these audience participation requests relate to election integrity.
Commissioner, I think we have two additional ones that I have in my stack.
I've got one from Miranda Oakley that says comment only. Yeah, election integrity.
You know how to clean a room.
I'm getting to them, TK. Mr. Daniel Burnett? Bennett?
I answered anything, sir.
I'm sorry.
It could be Bennett.
Bennett?
It could be Bennett.
Bennett?
I'm good.
I'm just trying to read it, sir.
Well, it's
Mr.
Bennett.
Bennett.
It's not broke, you only Bennett. That's how you remember my last name.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You
well,
have
thank
3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. It was brought to my attention that a meeting was to be held on April 26th concerning election integrity, and more specifically, the voting machines. I chose not to attend. I happened to be walking and knocking on doors and see there were 6 or 7 people registered at the same door, and I kept being told, they move, they move, they move. But anyway, that's what I was doing that day. I have seen the operations of this court and concluded that like-minded people would be here to front-run any criticisms or suggestions by concerned citizens. That's the other reason I didn't attend. I was not disappointed. The wagons were circled to give comfort to the like-minded people. The imagery is standard practice. Everything is, let's move along. The jail software comes to mind. The software used by Tarrant Appraisal District, even though Senator Jane Nelson requested an inquiry into the software, we all got to move along. Nothing to see here. The sitting senator was dismissed. So let's visit the code of conduct relating to public expenditures. No accountability is the apparent battle cry from these spending the public treasury. I say when building a building or a bridge and it's purchased with county money, that far too much of the cost is focused on oversight. In matter of perspective, I will go as far as to say that just let the structures be built and stop wasting the taxpayers' monies with foolishness. Those paid to construct these objects surely will do it correctly. There's no need to question them. Just move on, nothing to see there. This is the attitude taken by those who spent the money on these voting machines. But to take a different approach to other purchases, that oversight seems to be imperative. This is because there are laws requiring you to do that, and the voting machines no. I would say get rid of the building officials, inspectors, engineers, and the like. There's no need to go back and look at drawings, go out and inspect the job. That's what we're doing, these voting machines. We ordered them. They're in the warehouse. We're not inspecting them. Nobody's looking at them. But buildings and bridges we treat differently, like in Hawaii. If we were blindly trusting those who built those voting machines, then the same standards should be and must be applied to all purchases. This court has never had consistency in application of standards. I would like to say one last thing. I know they want to image the server, and you can do that safely without compromising the data, Judge Whitley. It's called a write blocker. You could do this, and it protects the server and protects the data. So don't think there's not a way to go about doing it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Tom Golden. Is Mr. Tom Golden present? Are you Mr. Golden? No, sir. All right. Bill Thierer? Bill Thierer. Finally, I have one general public comment. Mr. Torlin Kasi.
Commissioner Brooks and Commissioners Judge, all the young people that left the room, I really regret that. I wanted to talk about Mother's Day. Specifically, this past Mother's Day was one of the most extraordinary Mother's Days I've ever experienced. I live in 76104, the shortest life expectancy in the county and in fact the state. I live at the very southeast tip of the gerrymandered part of Commissioner Johnson's district now. My neighborhood's pretty unique. We have 100-year-old homes. It's beautiful, it's friendly, it's neighborly. On Sunday morning, Mother's Day at 7:30 a.m., I got my coffee and I was trying to wake up. I looked out the front window onto my porch and a young woman was sitting on my porch. Went outside and asked, "Hello, what are you doing on my porch?" The young woman was barefoot in a hospital gown. She had a bucket of toys that you play in the sand with. And she said, "I'm having a baby." As it turns out, she had wandered from JPS Hospital. Best we can tell, around 4:30 in the morning, she walked down Allen. And let me get you exactly geographically where I live. I live 8 minutes from Tatiana Jefferson's house. I live 4 minutes from Mr. Mata's house. We all have the central division of the Fort Worth PD to call when we have a welfare check or when we think that we need to dial 911. What my neighbors know very well is you do not call 911. If that young woman had 911 called on her, clearly with a diminished mental capacity and expecting, she would have been picked up by the police and almost certainly taken to the Tarrant County Jail. This is the weirdest thing. You know, they say God works in mysterious ways. To encounter a young mother on my front porch and to agree with James Smith and to agree with Manuel Mata, who goes around our neighborhood filming the police when they're abusing the homeless, and for Mr. Mata to have been retaliated against and arrested and framed with cocaine, this is where we live. So the concerns of all the people that you heard spoke, including the Mastons, there's another family, the family that is related to that young woman, that young mom that was on my front porch. They didn't know where she was, probably for hours or maybe a day. And until we fix this, tear into this and study what's going on, both with the Fort Worth PD to get something to happen like Ms. Maston happened, and what happens at the jail and the complete fumbling of our challenged folks, we are not doing it right by our mothers.
Thank you, Mr. Torlin-Kasi. I have an audience participation form from Miranda Oakley, who initially indicated she did not wish to speak, who has now changed her mind. Ms. Oakley, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Miranda Oakley. So my brother is an inmate in the Tarrant County Jail as of January of this year. He's unfortunately in there due to his mental health issues that he essentially hasn't had any kind of help with the state of Texas as he is an adult. But they kept denying him help because he refused help initially. But I've been in contact numerous times with MHMR and the Tarrant County Jail to get him the help that he needs with medication and also with his attorney, trying to get him the proper care and help that he needs while he's in there, as he's not able to advocate on his own behalf. It's kind of, I've been getting different answers from different people of they're doing what they can. I do understand that there's a lot of inmates and there's less people to work there and to give the help that's needed. I just ask the court that they give more resources to MHMR and the jail to help people with mental illnesses to not let them fall through the cracks anymore of getting the help that they need and the medication that they need and the supervision that they need while they're incarcerated there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oakley. I just want to say that a lot of the issues that we have heard this morning cry out to be addressed. We will address them. The point at which to consider the sheriff's budget is when we consider the budgets of county departments. Questions will be asked. It disturbs me that there are so many people still in our county jail with mental and developmental disabilities. We need to do something about that. And we will. At this point, we're going to recess into executive session to consider items that we are allowed to consider in executive session. And those include sections 551.071, 551.076, 551.025, and 551.087 of the Texas Government Code.
Good job, Judge.
Yes.
Just,
Okay. Having returned from executive session with no further business for this court to conduct, we are adjourned.
Thank you.